Journal entry number 78, 15th December, 1894.
As I sit in my study this evening, the winter wind rattling the window panes and the fire burning low in the grate, I find myself compelled to record what I can only describe as the most delightfully peculiar case Holmes and I ever encountered. One where a simple cup of tea revealed a mystery that had been hiding in plain sight for months, waiting in the gentle swirl of daily ritual to make itself known, and where my dear friend demonstrated with characteristic brilliance that our most intimate, unconscious habits betray secrets about ourselves we never knew we kept, secrets that speak volumes to those who possess the eyes to see them. Even now, weeks removed from that extraordinary evening, I smile as I recall the perfect ordinariness of how it all began. There are moments in life, I have learned, when the extraordinary emerges not from dramatic circumstances or urgent summons in the dead of night, but from the quietest, most comfortable of our domestic routines. This was such a moment, and perhaps that is why it remains so vivid in my memory, so perfectly preserved like a photograph developed with the utmost care. It was a bitterly cold evening in mid-December, the kind of night when London wraps itself in fog and frost, when the gas lamps struggle to pierce the gloom, and when every sensible person seeks refuge beside their hearth. I had returned to our lodgings at 221B Baker Street after a particularly trying day attending to my patients. The influenza had been making its rounds through the city, as it did every winter, and I had spent the better part of the afternoon tending to a family in Marylebone whose circumstances were as impoverished as their health was precarious. The memory of their cramped, cheerless rooms made me doubly grateful for the warmth and comfort that awaited me upon my return home. Holmes was already ensconced in his favourite chair by the fire when I arrived, though ensconced perhaps suggests too much repose for a man constitutionally incapable of true relaxation. He sat with that peculiar intensity he brought to even the most mundane activities, his long legs crossed, his dressing gown wrapped tightly against the chill that persisted despite Mrs. Hudson's best efforts with the coal scuttle. In his hands was a botanical monograph. I recall it was concerning the various species of tobacco and their ash characteristics, a subject upon which he had lately become something of an authority. The lamplight caught the sharp angles of his aquiline profile, and I remember thinking, not for the first time, how much he resembled a bird of prey, even in repose, alert and watchful, even when apparently at rest. "Ah, Watson," he said, without looking up from his reading, a habit of his that had long ceased to surprise me. "You've been to see the Morrison family in Harley Mews. The youngest daughter is improving, I trust?" I had learned years ago not to waste breath asking how he knew such things. The particular clay on my boots, perhaps, or the lingering scent of the carbolic acid I had used, or simply some detail in my bearing that spoke volumes to his singular perception. Instead, I merely confirmed his observation as I removed my coat and moved gratefully toward the fire. "She is, thank heavens. The fever broke this afternoon. Though I confess, Holmes, there are times when I wonder if poverty isn't a more virulent disease than any microbe. The conditions in which that family lives would appall you." "Nothing about human nature appalls me any more, my dear fellow," he replied with a slight smile, finally glancing up from his monograph. "Though I grant you that the distribution of comfort and suffering in this city often defies any rational pattern. Come, sit. You look thoroughly chilled. Mrs. Hudson left the tea things not 10 minutes ago, and I took the liberty of requesting she bring up enough for 2. I had a feeling you would appreciate it. This small gesture of consideration, so typical of Holmes despite his reputation for cold detachment, warmed me more than the fire. I settled into my own chair with a grateful sigh, feeling the tension of the day begin to drain from my shoulders. The sitting room at Baker Street had, over the years of our association, become more than merely lodgings to me. It had become a sanctuary, a place where the chaos and sorrow of the world outside could be temporarily held at bay by good fellowship and the gentle rituals of domestic life. Mrs. Hudson had indeed left us well provided for. The tea service sat on the table between our chairs, her second-best china, as I recall, the set with the delicate blue pattern along the rim that she reserved for evenings when guests were not expected, and we could enjoy our tea without the formality required of visitors. There was a plate of her excellent shortbread as well, still warm from the oven, and the teapot sat swaddled in its cosy steam rising gently from the spout. I poured for both of us, a task I had performed countless times in that very room. Holmes took his tea as he always did, strong, with neither milk nor sugar, a preference he claimed kept the mind sharp and unclouded. I prepared my own, with a splash of milk and 1 lump of sugar, stirred it thoughtfully, and settled back with the cup cradled in my hands, feeling the warmth seep through the china into my cold fingers. For perhaps 20 minutes we sat in companionable silence, that particular quality of quietness that exists only between old friends who require no constant conversation to feel at ease in one another's company. I had taken up the evening paper and was reading about the latest developments in South Africa, while Holmes had returned to his monograph, occasionally making small annotations in the margins, with a pencil he kept tucked behind his ear for just such purposes. The fire crackled softly. Outside, I could hear the muffled sound of carriage wheels on the cobblestones, growing fainter as they passed down Baker Street toward Portman Square. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell chimed the hour, 7 o'clock, if memory serves. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps creaked on the stairs below as she went about her evening routine. It was, in every respect, an utterly ordinary winter evening, the kind that makes up the comfortable fabric of daily life, unremarkable and unmemorable in its very pleasantness, which made what happened next all the more extraordinary. I had just finished my first cup of tea and was reaching for the pot to pour myself a second when Holmes suddenly spoke, his voice cutting through the quiet with an observation so unexpected, so seemingly absurd, that I initially thought he must be joking. "Watson," he said, setting down his monograph with deliberate care, "you've switched our teacups." I paused, the teapot suspended in mid-air, and stared at him. "I beg your pardon?" "Our teacups," he repeated, gesturing with one long finger toward the cup I had just set down. "That one is mine. You've been drinking from my cup, and I from yours." I confess I laughed, a sound of pure bewilderment. "Holmes, really, we've been sitting here for the better part of half an hour. I poured the tea myself from that very pot. I assure you, this is the same cup I've been drinking from since we sat down." "Nevertheless," he said, and there was a glimmer of something in his grey eyes, amusement, perhaps, or that peculiar intensity he displayed when onto an interesting puzzle. "I am quite certain that the cup currently before you is the one I was drinking from, and vice versa." I glanced down at my cup, then at his, then back at my friend's face. To all appearances, the cups were identical. The same blue pattern, the same size and shape, the same slight chip on the base that characterized Mrs. Hudson's second best service. There was no possible way to distinguish one from the other, and indeed, no reason why such a distinction should matter even if it were true. "My dear Holmes," I said, trying to keep the fond exasperation from my voice, "I don't wish to contradict you, but I think perhaps you've been working too hard on that monograph. We're drinking from identical cups, sitting in our respective chairs precisely as we have done 1,000 times before. What possible evidence could you have for such a claim?" He smiled then, that thin, enigmatic smile that always preceded some revelation I had failed to perceive. "The evidence, my dear Watson, is written in the tea itself, or rather, in how the tea has been stirred." "Stirred?" I was now thoroughly confused. "Indeed. You see, but you do not observe, as I have often told you. Tell me, Watson, when you prepared our tea this evening, which direction did you stir?" I opened my mouth to answer, then closed it again. In truth, I had no clear memory of the action. Stirring tea was so automatic, so utterly mundane, that I doubt anyone paid conscious attention to it. I'm not certain I understand the question." "The direction," Holmes repeated patiently. "Clockwise or counterclockwise? When you dissolve the sugar in your tea or mix in the milk, which way do you naturally turn the spoon?" I considered this, trying to recall the motion from just minutes before. "Clockwise, I suppose. Is there another way?" "Ah, but there is, Watson. I, for instance, invariably stir counterclockwise. Have done for years. A trivial habit, meaningless in itself, but as consistent as any other pattern of behavior. And herein lies the evidence I mentioned." He leaned forward and gestured toward the cup sitting before me. "Look closely at the residue on the inside of the cup, Watson. You see how the tea has left a faint stain? Notice the pattern, the slight streaking? That pattern, my dear fellow, is the signature of counterclockwise stirring. It creates a subtle but distinctive marking that differs from clockwise stirring. The cup before you bears my signature, not yours." I leaned forward, peering at the inside of my cup. At first I could see nothing but the ordinary discoloration left by tea, but as I looked more closely, I began to perceive what Holmes meant. There was indeed a pattern to how the liquid had dried along the china, a faint spiral that seemed to move in one particular direction. "But Holmes," I protested, even as doubt began to creep into my certainty, "even if what you say is true about stirring patterns, how could the cups have been switched? I've been sitting here the entire time. Neither of us has moved from our chairs." "Haven't we?" Holmes rose from his chair with that sudden, graceful movement he could employ when sufficiently motivated. He crossed to the tea table and stood, looking down at the cups and pot, with his hands clasped behind his back. "Think back, Watson. When you first poured the tea, where did you set the cups?" I tried to reconstruct the scene in my memory. "Well, I poured yours first, I believe, and handed it to you directly." "No," Holmes interrupted gently. "You poured both cups and set them on the table between us. Then you prepared your own, milk and sugar, while I reached for what I assumed was the cup intended for me. But in that moment of your stirring and adding milk, in that brief interval of divided attention, we each reached for a cup, and we each took the wrong one." The simplicity of it struck me with the force of revelation. Of course. How many times had we performed this same domestic ritual? how automatic had it become? And in that automation, how easy it would be to reach for whichever cup was nearest, to make an assumption based on position rather than any actual knowledge of which cup was which. "Good Lord," I said quietly, setting down what I now understood to be Holmes's cup. "You're quite right, of course. Though I confess, Holmes, this seems a rather elaborate deduction for something so trivial as switched teacups." "Ah, but Watson," Holmes said, returning to his chair with an expression of satisfaction, "there is nothing trivial about what this demonstrates. You see, my dear fellow, we are about to stumble upon a mystery that has been brewing, if you'll pardon the pun, right under our noses for quite some time. And it all begins with the simple observation that our most unconscious habits create patterns we never notice, patterns that reveal secrets we never knew we were keeping." He reached for his cup, which was to say, my cup, and raised it to his lips. Then he paused, a most peculiar expression crossing his features. Slowly, deliberately, he lowered the cup and peered into its depths. "Watson," he said softly, and now all trace of amusement had fled from his voice, replaced by that razor-sharp focus I had learned to associate with genuine intrigue. "Watson, I think you had better come and look at this." I rose and moved to his side, looking over his shoulder into the cup. At first, I saw nothing unusual. Merely the dregs of tea, the scattered leaves that had escaped Mrs. Hudson's strainer, the ordinary detritus of an empty cup. But then Holmes tilted the cup slightly, allowing the lamplight to illuminate its contents more clearly, and I saw what had captured his attention. There, nestled among the dark tea leaves at the bottom of the cup, glinting dully in the light, was a small brass key. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. We stood there in the warm glow of the lamplight, staring down at that small brass key as if it were some artifact from a distant civilization, inexplicable and fraught with meaning we couldn't yet decipher. The fire crackled behind us, and somewhere in the building a door closed softly, but these sounds seemed to come from very far away, muffled by the sudden intensity of focus that had descended upon our sitting room. "Well," I said at last, finding my voice, though it sounded strange even to my own ears, "that is decidedly odd." Holmes made a small sound that might have been agreement or merely acknowledgement, with the delicate precision of a surgeon, or perhaps more aptly, of a naturalist examining a rare specimen. He reached into the cup with his long fingers and extracted the key, holding it up to the light for closer examination. Tea dripped from it in dark droplets that pattered softly onto the saucer below. "Brass," he murmured, turning the key slowly between his fingers. "Domestic manufacture. Relatively recent. No more than 5 years old, I should say. Note the styling of the bow, Watson, and the pattern etched into it. Victorian design, certainly, but of the simpler sort. This is not a key to any great strongbox or vault, but rather to something smaller, more personal. A jewellery case, perhaps, or a lady's writing desk. The kind of object that contains not valuables in the monetary sense, but rather items of sentimental worth." I watched him examine the key with that total absorption he brought to every puzzle, large or small. In the years of our acquaintance, I had learned that Holmes drew no distinction between the magnitude of mysteries. A switched teacup could command the same fierce attention as a matter of international intrigue, provided it presented an interesting problem to his peculiar intellect. "But Holmes," I said, reclaiming my chair and trying to organize my thoughts into some coherent pattern. How on earth did a key come to be at the bottom of a teacup? Mrs. Hudson surely would have noticed when she prepared the tray, and neither of us saw anything when we poured the tea. An excellent question, Watson, and one that admits of several possible explanations. Holmes had returned to his own chair, still holding the key, examining it from various angles as he spoke. The first and most obvious explanation would be that the key was placed in the cup deliberately, though by whom and for what purpose remains unclear. Mrs. Hudson seems an unlikely candidate for such peculiar behaviour, and you and I certainly had no hand in it. Could it have fallen in somehow? I suggested, though even as I spoke the words, they sounded feeble to my own ears. Fallen from where, precisely? The tea service was prepared in the kitchen below and brought up intact. Keys do not generally levitate about households, dropping into vessels at random. No, Watson, if this key found its way into the teacup, it did so through human agency, whether intentional or otherwise. He fell silent for a moment, his brow furrowed in that particular way that indicated deep concentration. I had learned long ago not to interrupt such moments, for Holmes's mind worked in ways that required silence to achieve their full effect. Instead, I occupied myself with refilling my cup, taking care this time to note which was truly mine, and watching the play of firelight across the walls of our sitting room. Looking back now from the perspective of time and distance, I can see that this moment marked a subtle but significant shift in the evening's character. What had begun as a playful observation about stirring patterns had transformed into something else entirely, something that engaged Holmes's faculties in a way that our quiet evening had not. I could see it in the set of his shoulders, in the intensity of his gaze as he studied that small brass key. A puzzle had presented itself, and my friend could no more resist engaging with it than a moth could resist a flame. "You know, Watson," Holmes said suddenly, breaking the contemplative silence, "before we concern ourselves with the mystery of how this key came to be in the teacup, we might do well to step back and consider what we have actually learned this evening. This situation provides us with a rather elegant demonstration of a principle I have long tried to impress upon you." "And what principle would that be?" I asked, recognizing the pedagogical tone in his voice. Holmes loved nothing more than to turn any situation into a teaching moment, though I confess I was usually a willing student. "The principle that our most unconscious habits, the small automatic behaviors we perform without thought, create patterns that reveal far more about us than we might imagine. Consider our teacups, Watson. For years, apparently, you and I have been stirring our tea in opposite directions, clockwise and counterclockwise, as consistent as the rotation of the earth itself. Yet, neither of us was consciously aware of this difference until this very evening." He leaned forward in his chair, warming to his subject. The key now lay forgotten on the side table, temporarily superseded by the intellectual exercise he was constructing. "Think about what this means, my dear fellow. Every day we perform dozens, perhaps hundreds, of small habitual actions. The way we tie our shoes, the hand we use to open doors, the route we walk to familiar destinations, the manner in which we arrange items on our desk. Each of these actions, repeated over time, creates a signature pattern as distinctive as a fingerprint. And these patterns, Watson, are completely invisible to us because they exist below the threshold of our conscious awareness." I nodded slowly, beginning to grasp his meaning. Like a patient who has developed a limp so gradually that he no longer notices it, though it's immediately apparent to a physician's trained eye. "Precisely," Holmes exclaimed with evident pleasure. "You see it exactly, Watson. Your medical training has given you an instinct for this kind of observation, even if you don't always apply it as systematically as you might. A doctor learns to notice the small signs, the slight yellowing of the eyes that suggests liver dysfunction, the particular quality of a cough that indicates bronchitis rather than pneumonia. You've trained yourself to see these patterns in the physical body. What I do is merely extend that same principle to human behavior in all its manifestations." He rose and began to pace, a habit of his when engaged in explanation. The lamplight threw his shadow long and thin across the floor, and I was reminded again of how much he resembled some great predatory bird, all angles and intensity. "Consider how we might apply this principle to our present mystery," he continued. "Someone in this household has habitual patterns of behavior that we could observe and catalogue if we were sufficiently attentive. Mrs. Hudson, for instance, has her routines for preparing tea, for cleaning the rooms, for managing the household. These routines are so ingrained that she performs them without conscious thought, just as we stir our tea without noticing the direction of our spoon." "You're suggesting," I said slowly, working through the logic, "that this key might have found its way into the teacup through some habitual action on Mrs. Hudson's part, some routine that she performs so automatically that she wasn't even aware of, including an extra step." "Not necessarily Mrs. Hudson specifically," Holmes replied. "But yes, that's the general principle. When something inexplicable occurs, Watson, it often means we are witnessing the intersection of multiple habit patterns that normally don't intersect. Someone's routine has overlapped with ours in an unexpected way, creating this curious result. I must confess, even now as I write these words in the quiet of my study, I remain impressed by the elegance of Holmes's reasoning. He had taken what might have seemed a simple oddity, a key in a teacup, and transformed it into an illustration of a deeper truth about human nature and the detective art. This was, I had come to understand, one of his greatest gifts, the ability to perceive significance in the seemingly insignificant, to extract universal principles from particular instances. "But Holmes," I ventured, "even granting all of this about habitual patterns, we still face the practical question of whose habit placed this key in our tea, and how we might discover the answer." "Ah, there you strike to the heart of the matter, my dear Watson." He returned to his chair and picked up the key once more, holding it loosely in his palm. "And that is where systematic observation must yield to systematic inquiry. We must, I think, have a conversation with Mrs. Hudson." As if summoned by the mention of her name, we heard the good lady's footsteps on the stairs. A moment later came her familiar knock, and at Holmes's bidding she entered with a lamp in hand, for the evening had darkened considerably, and she no doubt thought we would need additional light for our reading. "Begging your pardon, gentlemen," she said in her pleasant, no-nonsense manner, "but I thought you might be wanting more light. The fog has come in something fierce, and it makes the evening so much darker." "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said with that particular courtesy he always showed to our landlady, "your timing is impeccable, as always. Watson and I were just hoping to have a word with you, if you can spare a moment from your duties." "Of course, Mr. Holmes." She set down the lamp and turned to face us, her hands folded at her waist in that patient attitude she adopted when awaiting instructions. In the improved light, I could see her face more clearly. A kind face, I had always thought, marked by years of hard work and good humour in equal measure. "It's about this evening's tea service," Holmes began, and I saw a flicker of concern cross Mrs. Hudson's features. "Nothing to worry about, I assure you. The tea was excellent, as always. But we've encountered a small curiosity that we hoped you might help us understand." He held out his hand, showing her the key. "We found this at the bottom of one of the teacups. Do you recognize it?" Mrs. Hudson's eyes widened, and she reached out to take the key, examining it closely. For a long moment she said nothing, her brow furrowed in concentration. Then she looked up at us with an expression of mingled confusion and embarrassment. "Well, I never," she said softly. "How on earth did that get there?" "That," said Holmes gently, "is precisely what we're trying to determine. Do you know whose key this is?" I believe so, Mr. Holmes. That is, it looks very much like the key to Mrs. Pemberton's keepsake box. Mrs. Pemberton from the ground floor, you understand. But I can't for the life of me think how it would have ended up in your teacup." She looked genuinely distressed now, as if this inexplicable occurrence reflected poorly on her housekeeping abilities. I felt a surge of sympathy for her. Mrs. Hudson took great pride in the smooth running of the household, and this bizarre incident clearly troubled her sense of proper order. "Mrs. Pemberton," Holmes repeated thoughtfully. "The elderly widow who has the rooms directly below us? I don't believe Watson and I have had the pleasure of making her acquaintance, though I've certainly been aware of her presence in the building." "That's right, sir. A lovely lady, very quiet and proper. She's been here nearly a year now." Mrs. Hudson still held the key, turning it over in her fingers. "But I truly cannot understand how this came to be in your tea things. Unless—" She trailed off, her expression suggesting that some memory or realization was beginning to take shape. Holmes leaned forward with interest. "Unless," he prompted. "Well, sir, it's probably nothing, but now that I think on it, Mrs. Pemberton did come up to visit me in the kitchen this afternoon, just as I was preparing your tea tray. She was in rather a state, poor dear, looking for something she'd misplaced. We had a bit of a chat, and I was trying to help her remember where she might have left it, all while I was setting out the cups and such." "And what was it she had misplaced?" Holmes asked, though I suspected he had already guessed the answer. "Why, her keepsake box, Mr. Holmes. A small wooden box with brass fittings," she said. "Contains her late husband's watch chain and some letters and such. Things of sentimental value, you understand. She was quite upset about it, kept saying she couldn't remember where she'd put it. She's getting on in years, you see, and I think sometimes her memory isn't quite what it was." "And you were handling the tea service at the same time you were speaking with Mrs. Pemberton," Holmes said, more a statement than a question. Mrs. Hudson's face coloured slightly. "I'm afraid so, sir. I know I shouldn't have been distracted, but she seemed so distressed, and I was trying to comfort her while still getting your tea ready. It's possible that in all the confusion—" She looked down at the key in her hand. But how would the key have come to be separate from the box in the first place? "An excellent question," Holmes said, "and one I think we shall need to investigate further. Tell me, Mrs. Hudson, when you were preparing the tea tray, did Mrs. Pemberton come near the cups at all?" "She might have done, sir. The kitchen table is not very large, and she was rather agitated, moving about while we talked. I honestly couldn't say for certain whether she touched anything or not. Holmes nodded, his expression thoughtful. "And when did you last see Mrs. Pemberton's keepsake box?" "That's just it, Mr. Holmes. I'm not sure I ever have seen it. Not directly. She's a very private lady, keeps to herself, mostly. Though now that I think on it, I did do a bit of cleaning in her rooms last week while she was out. She'd given me permission, you understand. Said the place needed a proper turning out. I might have moved things about without quite noticing what they were." I could see Holmes's mind working, assembling these pieces of information into some coherent pattern. "Mrs. Hudson," he said after a moment, "I wonder if you might do us a favour. Would you inquire of Mrs. Pemberton whether she might receive a visit from Watson and myself this evening? I believe we may be able to assist her in locating her missing box." "Oh, Mr. Holmes, would you? That's very kind of you, I'm sure. She's been so worried about it, poor dear. I'll go down right away and ask her." After Mrs. Hudson had departed, Holmes and I sat in silence for a moment. The fire had burned down to glowing coals, and the room had grown somewhat dim despite the additional lamp Mrs. Hudson had brought. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows, muffling the usual sounds of the city. "So," I said at last, "it appears we have our explanation for the key in the teacup. An elderly woman's confusion, a busy landlady trying to manage multiple tasks at once, and the unfortunate intersection of two separate activities." "Perhaps," Holmes said, but there was a note of reservation in his voice. "Or perhaps not. The key in the teacup, yes, that seems explained well enough. But Mrs. Pemberton's missing keepsake box, that's a somewhat different matter, wouldn't you say? You think there's more to it than simple misplacement. I think, Watson, that we shall need to speak with Mrs. Pemberton herself before drawing any conclusions. But I will say this. I find it curious that the key should be separated from the box in the first place. A keepsake box and its key generally remain together, do they not? They're kept in the same drawer or on the same shelf. The deliberate separation of key and box suggests either great carelessness or deliberate intent. You don't suspect any wrongdoing, surely? I was startled by the direction of his thoughts. I suspect nothing yet, my dear fellow. I merely observe and collect data. But come, I hear Mrs. Hudson returning on the stairs. Let us see what news she brings. Indeed, Mrs. Hudson appeared again at our door, slightly out of breath from her rapid descent and ascent of the stairs. "Mrs. Pemberton would be delighted to receive you, gentlemen," she reported. "In fact, she seemed quite overcome with hope when I mentioned you might be able to help. Shall I tell her you'll come down presently?" "If you would be so kind," Holmes replied, rising from his chair. "Watson, I trust you're amenable to a brief excursion to the ground floor." "Of course," I said, setting aside my teacup. My actual teacup, I noted, with a small smile, and rising to join him. "Though I confess I'm curious to see how you intend to locate a missing box that could be anywhere in the building, or, indeed, anywhere in London." "Ah, but Watson," Holmes said, his eyes gleaming with that particular light that indicated his faculties were fully engaged. "That's precisely why this evening has been so instructive. We have learned about patterns and habits, about the unconscious routines that govern our daily lives. And if Mrs. Hudson moved that box while cleaning, then she moved it according to her habitual patterns. All we need do is discover what those patterns are. As we prepared to descend the stairs, I found myself reflecting on the peculiar turn our quiet evening had taken. What had begun with a playful observation about stirred tea had led us to a small domestic mystery, and I could not help but wonder what revelations still awaited us. Holmes, I knew, was energized by the puzzle before us, however modest it might appear. For him, every mystery was an opportunity to exercise those remarkable faculties that made him unique among men. And for myself, I confess I was simply grateful to be at his side, witness to whatever would unfold. The descent from our comfortable rooms to the ground floor was brief, yet it seemed to me that we were travelling a greater distance than the mere physical measure of stairs would suggest. There is something about crossing from one's own familiar territory into the private domain of another that creates a peculiar psychological transition, a subtle shift in one's awareness and bearing. Holmes, I noticed, had assumed what I might call his professional demeanour, courteous, attentive, yet with that sharp focus of observation that missed nothing. Mrs. Hudson led us down the narrow hallway of the ground floor, past the small parlour where she herself took her evening tea, to a door at the rear of the building that I had passed countless times without giving it a moment's thought. How many times, I wondered, had I climbed these stairs without considering the lives being lived in the rooms around me? It was a humbling reminder of how easily we become absorbed in our own concerns, blind to the world that exists just beyond our immediate awareness. Mrs. Hudson knocked softly, and from within came a voice, elderly, feminine, cultured, bidding us enter. Our landlady opened the door and ushered us into Mrs. Pemberton's sitting room, and I confess the scene that greeted us was not quite what I had expected. The room itself was small, but fastidiously maintained, with that particular quality of neatness that speaks of careful attention and limited means. The furniture was modest, but well kept, the sort one might find in a provincial drawing-room of 30 years past. A settee upholstered in worn but clean burgundy velvet, a small writing desk by the window, a bookshelf containing perhaps 24 volumes, their spines faded but precisely aligned. A fire burned in the grate, smaller than the one in our rooms above, but adequate to the space. On the mantelpiece stood a few carefully arranged items, a porcelain shepherdess, a pair of candlesticks, and a framed daguerreotype of a stern-looking gentleman with magnificent side whiskers, whom I took to be the late Mr. Pemberton. But it was the lady herself who most commanded my attention. Mrs. Pemberton sat in a high-backed chair near the fire, and I saw at once why Mrs. Hudson had spoken of her with such gentle concern. She was a woman of perhaps 70 years, with that fine-boned delicacy that sometimes comes with age, as if time had refined her features to their essential elements. Her hair, entirely white, was arranged with meticulous care beneath a lace cap, and she wore a black dress of excellent quality, though clearly some years old. Mourning clothes, I realized, maintained long past the conventional period of grief. What struck me most forcefully, however, was the expression in her eyes. They were blue, very pale, and held a quality I had seen before in my medical practice. A certain vagueness, a slight confusion that suggested the early stages of that sad deterioration of mental faculties that sometimes accompanies advancing age. Yet there was intelligence there too, and dignity, and as she looked up at our entrance, her face brightened with an emotion that seemed compounded of hope and embarrassment in equal measure. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she said, her voice trembling slightly, as she attempted to rise. "How very kind of you to come. Please, forgive me for not standing. My knees are not what they once were." "Please, Mrs. Pemberton, don't trouble yourself," Holmes said with a gentleness I had rarely heard in his voice. He moved forward and took the chair Mrs. Hudson indicated, while I settled myself on the settee. "Mrs. Hudson tells us you've misplaced something of value, and we thought we might be able to assist in locating it." "Oh, Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Pemberton said, and I saw her hands flutter in her lap like pale birds seeking rest. "I am mortified to trouble you with such a trivial domestic matter. I'm sure you must think me a foolish old woman unable to keep track of her own possessions. But you see, the box contains items that belonged to my dear Henry. Mr. Pemberton, that is, and I cannot bear the thought that I've lost them through my own carelessness." As she spoke, I found myself studying her with a physician's practiced eye. The tremor in her hands suggested some neurological component, possibly the early stages of what we were beginning to understand as a progressive deterioration of the nervous system. Her periods of confusion that Mrs. Hudson had mentioned were consistent with such a condition. Yet she seemed lucid enough at present, and I could see the genuine distress in her features as she contemplated her missing keepsakes. "There is nothing trivial about items of sentimental value," Holmes assured her. "Often they are more precious than anything money can purchase. Now, if you would be so kind, could you tell us exactly what this box looks like, and when you last remember seeing it?" Mrs. Pemberton's brow furrowed with the effort of recollection. "It's a small wooden box, perhaps 8 inches long and half as wide, dark wood, mahogany, I believe, with brass corners and a brass lock. The key—" She paused, and a look of confusion crossed her face. "The key. That's another odd thing, Mr. Holmes. I cannot find the key either. I've looked everywhere for both the box and the key, but it's as if they've simply vanished." I saw Holmes and I exchange a glance. He reached into his pocket and produced the brass key we had found in the teacup, holding it out to Mrs. Pemberton. "Would this be the key in question?" he asked gently. The effect on the elderly woman was immediate and profound. Her pale eyes widened, and she reached out with trembling hands to take the key, holding it close to her face to examine it in the firelight. "Why, yes," she breathed. "Yes, this is certainly it. But, Mr. Holmes, where on earth did you find it? I've searched this room a dozen times over." "We found it in rather an unusual location," Holmes said, and he proceeded to explain, with admirable tact, the circumstances of the key's discovery in the teacup. Throughout his explanation, I watched Mrs. Pemberton's face cycle through expressions of bewilderment, embarrassment, and finally a kind of distressed resignation. "I don't understand," she said when he had finished. "I was in Mrs. Hudson's kitchen this afternoon, that's true enough, but I don't remember having the key with me. Indeed, I went to the kitchen precisely because I couldn't find either the box or the key, and I thought perhaps Mrs. Hudson might have seen them during her cleaning." "When did you last actually see the box, Mrs. Pemberton?" I asked, trying to help her organize her recollections. She was quiet for a long moment, her fingers worrying at the key in her lap. I believe it was last Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday afternoon. I remember because I was writing a letter to my nephew in Cornwall, and I wanted to check the date of Henry's birthday. I have it written in a little book that I keep in the box. I'm sure I saw the box then, sitting on my writing desk where I always keep it." "And you're certain of this?" Holmes prompted. "As certain as I can be of anything these days, Mr. Holmes." Her voice had taken on a note of defeat that pained me to hear. "You must understand, my memory is not. That is, I sometimes find that I cannot quite recall. Oh, it's so frustrating. There are days when everything is perfectly clear, and others when I seem to be living in a fog. I know Mrs. Hudson thinks I'm losing my faculties entirely, and perhaps she's right." "Mrs. Hudson thinks no such thing," I interjected firmly, unable to bear the distress in her voice. "She spoke of you with the greatest respect and concern. These small lapses of memory can happen to anyone, particularly in times of stress or worry." This was, I confess, a kind exaggeration of the medical truth, but I felt the reassurance was warranted. Mrs. Pemberton gave me a grateful look, though I could see she was not entirely convinced. Holmes had risen from his chair and was now examining the writing desk by the window, his long fingers trailing across its surface, opening and closing the small drawers, his eyes taking in every detail of the arrangement. It was a small piece of furniture, perhaps 3 feet wide, with a slanted writing surface that lifted to reveal a storage compartment and 3 drawers along the right side. "You say you kept the box on this desk?" he asked, not turning around. "Yes, always, right there on the top, beside my writing materials. It was convenient for when I wanted to look at Henry's things, you see, his watch chain, his letters from the regiment, a lock of hair from when he was a boy that his mother had saved and given to me when we married. Small treasures, perhaps meaningless to anyone else, but—" Her voice trailed off, and I saw her eyes had grown misty. How often had I witnessed this in my medical practice, the way certain objects become repositories for our memories, physical anchors for the parts of our past we fear losing. For Mrs. Pemberton, that box represented not merely her late husband's possessions, but her connection to him, proof that their life together had been real and meaningful. "Mrs. Hudson mentioned that she cleaned your rooms last week," Holmes said, still examining the desk. "Tuesday, was it? Wednesday, I believe, or possibly Tuesday. Oh dear, you see how unreliable I am? It was definitely last week, at any rate. I'd gone out to do some shopping, and when I returned, everything was spotless. Mrs. Hudson is wonderfully thorough, though I did tell her she needn't trouble herself quite so much on my account." Holmes had moved away from the desk now, and was conducting a systematic examination of the room, his eyes scanning every surface, every shelf, every potential location where a box might have been placed. I had seen him perform this kind of search before, and I was always struck by the methodical thoroughness of it. Where I might have simply looked around for obvious hiding places, Holmes appeared to be cataloguing every item in the room, noting its position, considering its relationship to every other object. "Tell me, Mrs. Pemberton," he said as he examined the bookshelf, "do you have a particular place where you keep important papers? Bank documents, letters, that sort of thing?" "I have a small trunk in the bedroom," she replied. "Most of my important papers are there. Why do you ask?" "I'm trying to understand Mrs. Hudson's cleaning patterns," Holmes explained. "When people tidy a room, they tend to group similar items together. Papers with papers, books with books, ornamental objects with other ornamental objects. It's an unconscious organizational principle that most people follow without thinking about it." He had moved to the mantelpiece now and was examining the few items arranged there. "You see, Mrs. Pemberton, I have a theory about what might have happened to your box. Mrs. Hudson, in the course of her thorough cleaning, likely picked up your box from the writing desk. Perhaps she wanted to dust beneath it, Or perhaps she felt it was in the way of her work. Being a woman of orderly habits, she would have wanted to put it somewhere sensible, somewhere appropriate for an object of its kind. "But where?" Mrs. Pemberton asked, leaning forward in her chair. "I've looked everywhere I can think of." "Ah, but you've been looking in places where you might put such a box," Holmes said, and there was a note of satisfaction in his voice that I had learned to recognize. "What we need to consider is where Mrs. Hudson might put it, following her own habitual patterns." He had completed his circuit of the sitting room, and now stood in the doorway leading to what I presumed was the bedroom. "Mrs. Pemberton, might we have your permission to examine your bedroom briefly? I promise we shall be most respectful of your privacy." "Of course, Mr. Holmes. Please do whatever you think necessary." The bedroom was even smaller than the sitting room, containing only a narrow bed with a brass frame, a wardrobe, a small dressing table, and the trunk Mrs. Pemberton had mentioned. Everything was arranged with the same meticulous neatness we had observed in the sitting room, though I could see signs of the limited means upon which the elderly woman lived. The counterpane on the bed, though spotlessly clean, was patched in several places, and the curtains at the window had been turned and rehemmed to extend their useful life. Holmes stood in the centre of the room, his hands clasped behind his back, slowly turning in a complete circle as he surveyed his surroundings. I'd learned not to interrupt these moments of intense observation, for I knew his mind was processing a vast array of details, noting patterns and possibilities that would have escaped my notice entirely. "The wardrobe," he said suddenly, moving toward the large piece of furniture that dominated one wall of the small room. "Mrs. Pemberton, what do you typically keep in your wardrobe besides clothing?" "Well, there are some hat boxes on the top shelf," she called from the sitting room, "and extra linens on the bottom. Why do you ask?" But Holmes had already opened the wardrobe doors and was examining its contents. I moved to stand beside him, curious to see what had captured his attention. The interior was neatly organized, as I had expected. Dresses hung on the rail, all black or dark grey, several pairs of shoes lined up at the bottom, and on the upper shelf, as Mrs. Pemberton had said, several hat boxes of various sizes. "Watson," Holmes said quietly, "would you be so kind as to bring that chair from the dressing table? I need to examine these upper shelves more closely." I did as requested, positioning the delicate chair before the wardrobe, while Holmes climbed onto it with surprising agility for a man of his lean frame. He reached up to the top shelf, moving the hat boxes aside, peering into the shadowy recesses at the back. "Interesting," he murmured. "Very interesting indeed." "What have you found?" I asked, unable to contain my curiosity. "What I've found, my dear Watson, is a perfect illustration of the principle I was explaining earlier about habitual patterns. You see, Mrs. Hudson, in her admirable thoroughness, removed the box from the writing desk to clean beneath it. The question then became, where to put it? The box is small, wooden, decorative in nature, not unlike, in fact, these hat boxes, and so, following her natural organizing instinct, she placed it with similar items. He reached deeper into the wardrobe, his arm disappearing up to the shoulder into the dark space behind the hat boxes. The challenge is that she placed it at the very back of this deep shelf, where it has been quite effectively hidden from casual view. But if I can just... yes, I believe I have it. With a grunt of effort, Holmes pulled his arm back, and clutched in his hand was a small wooden box, exactly as Mrs. Pemberton had described. Dark mahogany with brass fittings at the corners, its surface dulled slightly by dust, but otherwise in excellent condition. He climbed down from the chair and held the box out for my inspection. "Unless I am very much mistaken," he said, with evident satisfaction, "this is the object of our search." We returned to the sitting room to find Mrs. Pemberton sitting forward in her chair, her hands clasped together, her pale eyes wide with hope and anxiety. When she saw the box in Holmes's hands, she made a small sound, not quite a cry, not quite a gasp, and tears began to roll down her weathered cheeks. "Oh, Mr. Holmes," she whispered, as he placed the box carefully in her lap. "Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think I had dreamed having it, that perhaps it had never existed at all. These confusions of mine, you see. Sometimes I can't tell what's real and what I've only imagined." Her hands trembled as she took the key, still clutched in her other hand all this time, and fitted it into the lock. The mechanism turned smoothly, and she lifted the lid to reveal the contents. I could see a watch chain coiled inside, gleaming dully in the firelight, and several letters tied with a faded ribbon, and other small items whose significance I could only guess at. "Everything is here," she said, her voice breaking. "Everything. I cannot tell you what this means to me, gentlemen. You've given me back my memories, my connection to Henry. How can I ever thank you?" "No thanks are necessary," Holmes said gently. "I'm only glad we could be of service. Though I would suggest, Mrs. Pemberton, that you might want to keep the box in a more accessible location in future. Perhaps here on this side table, where you can see it easily, and where Mrs. Hudson is less likely to move it during her cleaning." "I shall do exactly that," she promised, carefully closing the box and holding it to her chest as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Which, I reflected, to her, it undoubtedly was. As Holmes and I took our leave and made our way back upstairs to our own rooms, I found myself in a reflective mood. The case, if one could even call it such, had been resolved in less than an hour, yet I sensed it held lessons that extended far beyond the simple recovery of a missing box. "A curious evening," I remarked, as we regained our sitting room, where the fire had burned down to glowing embers, and our abandoned teacup still sat on the table between our chairs. "Indeed," Holmes agreed, settling back into his chair with evident satisfaction. "And one that illustrates several principles rather nicely, wouldn't you say? The importance of understanding habitual patterns, certainly," I said. "Though I confess, Holmes, I'm not certain I would have thought to look in the wardrobe on my own." "Ah, but that's because you were thinking like Mrs. Pemberton, not like Mrs. Hudson," Holmes explained. "You were asking yourself, where would I put such a box? The correct question was, where would Mrs. Hudson put it, given her own organizing principles? Once you frame the question correctly, the answer becomes almost inevitable." I settled into my own chair, feeling the warmth of the room seep back into my consciousness after our excursion to the chillier regions below. "It was a kindness you did her," I said quietly. "More than simply finding the box, I mean. You treated her confusion with respect, rather than condescension." Holmes was quiet for a moment, staring into the dying fire. "We all deserve respect, Watson," he said at last, "particularly those of us who are struggling with faculties that once served us well, but now betray us. Mrs. Pemberton's memory may be failing, but her dignity remains intact. It costs us nothing to honor that." It was, I thought, a remarkably compassionate observation from a man often accused of lacking sentiment. But then, I had long ago learned that Sherlock Holmes's reputation for cold detachment masked a deeper understanding of human nature than he typically chose to reveal. We sat in companionable silence as the clock struck 9, and outside the fog pressed ever closer against the windows of 221B Baker Street. The fire had nearly expired by the time we had fully settled back into our chairs, and I rose to add more coal, taking perhaps more care with the task than was strictly necessary. There is something meditative, I have always found, in the small domestic rituals that punctuate our evenings, the careful arrangement of coal on the grate, the adjustment of the lamp wick, the straightening of books on a shelf. These simple actions provide a kind of rhythm to life, a reassuring pattern amid the chaos and unpredictability of our larger existence. Holmes sat with his fingers steepled beneath his chin, a posture I had long associated with deep contemplation. The lamplight threw shadows across his angular features, and I could see that peculiar intensity in his eyes that suggested his mind was still actively engaged with the evening's events, turning them over, examining them from various angles, extracting whatever lessons or observations they might yield. "You know, Watson," he said at last, breaking the comfortable silence, "there is something about this evening's little adventure that strikes me as particularly instructive. Not the mystery itself, which was straightforward enough once properly approached, but rather the human element at its centre." I returned to my chair, grateful for the renewed warmth from the fire. "Mrs. Pemberton's distress, you mean?" I confess I found her situation quite touching. The fear of losing not just an object, but one's own reliability of memory. It must be terrifying. Indeed, but I was thinking more broadly about the intersection of human habits and human frailty. Holmes reached for his pipe, then seemed to think better of it, letting his hand fall back to the arm of his chair. Consider the chain of events that led to our discovery. Mrs. Hudson, performing her duties with customary efficiency, inadvertently displaced an object of great sentimental value. She had no malicious intent, no carelessness even. She was simply following her established patterns of cleaning and organizing. Yet the result was significant distress for Mrs. Pemberton. "But surely Mrs. Hudson cannot be blamed," I protested. "She had no way of knowing how important that particular box was, or that moving it would cause such confusion." "Precisely my point, Watson. No blame attaches to anyone in this situation. Mrs. Hudson was being conscientious. Mrs. Pemberton had every right to expect that her possessions would remain where she had placed them. Yet, misunderstanding and distress resulted nonetheless, through no one's fault, but simply through the ordinary friction of human beings living in proximity to one another, each following their own patterns and priorities." He fell silent again, and I could see he was working toward some larger observation. I had learned to recognize these moments. Holmes, building an argument in his mind, arranging his thoughts with the same meticulous care he brought to arranging evidence in a case. I waited, knowing he would arrive at his point in due course. "What intrigues me," he continued after a moment, "is how a simple act of communication could have prevented the entire situation. If Mrs. Hudson had mentioned to Mrs. Pemberton that she had moved the box, or if Mrs. Pemberton had been present during the cleaning to see where items were being relocated, none of the subsequent confusion would have occurred. The mystery existed purely in the space between two people who failed to connect on this one small point. Then you're suggesting that most mysteries, or at least most domestic mysteries, arise from failures of communication rather than deliberate wrongdoing. Many of them, certainly. In my professional work, I encounter genuine crimes, deliberate deceptions, malicious intent. But in the ordinary course of daily life, I suspect that the vast majority of confusion, distress, and misunderstanding arises simply from people failing to share information they assume others already possess, or from acting on assumptions that turn out to be incorrect. It was, I reflected, a remarkably humble observation for a man whose entire career was built on penetrating deceptions and uncovering hidden truths. Yet, I could see the wisdom in it. How many quarrels between friends arose from misunderstandings rather than genuine grievances? How many family disputes stemmed from assumptions never voiced or confirmed? The more I considered it, the more I realized that Holmes had identified a fundamental truth about human nature. Before I could formulate a response, we heard footsteps on the stairs. Lighter than usual, almost tentative. A moment later came a soft knock at our door. "Come in," Holmes called, and Mrs. Hudson entered, carrying a tray with fresh tea things, and what appeared to be a plate of her ginger biscuits, still warm from the oven. But her face, usually so composed and cheerful, bore an expression of obvious distress. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she said as she set down the tray with hands that trembled slightly. "I hope I'm not disturbing you, but I felt I must come up and speak with you about this afternoon and the confusion with Mrs. Pemberton's box." "Mrs. Hudson, please," I said, rising to offer her my chair, for she looked genuinely upset. "There's no need to trouble yourself. Everything has been resolved happily." "But that's just it, sir. It shouldn't have needed resolving at all. The fault was entirely mine." She took the chair I offered, sitting on its very edge as if she might spring up again at any moment. "I've been thinking about what happened, trying to piece it all together, and I owe you both an explanation." Holmes leaned forward with interest. "I would welcome your account, Mrs. Hudson. As I mentioned to Watson just now, I believe understanding the sequence of events might prove instructive." Mrs. Hudson took a deep breath, clearly gathering her thoughts. "It was last Wednesday that I cleaned Mrs. Pemberton's rooms, as I do every fortnight. She's a lovely lady, as you've seen, but she does tend to accumulate things, papers, letters, small objects, and they need organizing from time to time. She'd given me permission to tidy as I saw fit, trusting me to use my judgment about where things should go." She paused, her fingers worrying at the edge of her apron in a gesture that reminded me oddly of Mrs. Pemberton's own nervous habits. "The box was sitting on her writing desk, just as she told you. I picked it up to dust beneath it, and I noticed it was quite a lovely piece. Mahogany with brass fittings, very handsome. I thought to myself that it seemed a shame to have it sitting out, where it might get knocked about or damaged. She's had break-ins in this neighborhood before, you know, and I thought such a nice box ought to be kept somewhere safer." "So you placed it in the wardrobe," Holmes said gently. "Yes, sir, at the back of the top shelf, where I knew it would be secure. I'd seen the hat boxes there, and it seemed to me that similar items should be stored together, boxes with boxes, as it were. It made perfect sense at the time." Her voice had taken on a defensive quality, as if she were justifying the action to herself as much as to us. It was entirely logical, Mrs. Hudson, I assured her. You were acting with the best intentions. But that's what troubles me, Dr. Watson. Good intentions aren't enough if they cause harm, are they? I should have told Mrs. Pemberton what I'd done. I should have mentioned it when she came home, or left her a note explaining where I'd put her things. But I was in such a rush that afternoon. I had the butcher coming, and the coal delivery, and a dozen other things to attend to, and I simply forgot. I assumed she'd find it easily enough if she needed it, or that she'd ask me if she couldn't. She looked between Holmes and me, her distress evident. And then this afternoon, when she came to the kitchen so worried about the missing box, I didn't immediately remember moving it. It wasn't until later, after I'd prepared your tea and she'd gone back downstairs, that the memory came back to me. But by then, the confusion with the key had already happened, and... She trailed off, shaking her head. The key, Holmes said. Yes, that's the part of the sequence that remains somewhat unclear to me. Can you recall exactly how Mrs. Pemberton's key came to be in our teacup? Mrs. Hudson's brow furrowed with the effort of recollection. I've been trying to piece that together myself, Mr. Holmes. When Mrs. Pemberton came to the kitchen, she was quite agitated, as I mentioned. She was moving about the room while we talked, her hands never still, picking up things and setting them down again, touching this and that. At one point, I believe she had something in her hand, though I can't say for certain what it was. I was dividing my attention between her and the tea preparation, you see, and not giving either my full concentration. A natural enough situation, Holmes observed. Please, continue. Well, sir, I had already set out the teacups on the tray, the blue-patterned ones, as you saw. I was in the process of warming the pot when Mrs. Pemberton was at her most distressed, saying something about how she felt she was losing her mind, how she couldn't trust her own memory any more. I was trying to comfort her, telling her that we all misplace things from time to time, and I think I may have stepped away from the table for a moment to fetch the sugar bowl from the shelf. She paused, her expression troubled. It's possible. I can't say for certain, but it's possible that in that moment Mrs. Pemberton might have been standing near the tea tray. She was moving about so restlessly, and the kitchen table isn't very large. If she had the key in her hand, and if she set it down for a moment, it could have fallen into one of the cups, I finished, seeing where her reasoning was leading. Or been placed there deliberately, Holmes added thoughtfully. Though I suspect not, with any conscious intent. More likely, Mrs. Pemberton's agitated state led her to perform the action without full awareness. The mind, when distressed, often engages in small, unconscious behaviors, fidgeting, rearranging objects, placing things down without noticing where they've been placed. Mrs. Hudson nodded miserably, and I, being distracted by my various tasks, didn't notice. I finished preparing the tea, covered the pot with the cosy, and brought the tray up to you gentlemen, without ever seeing that there was a key at the bottom of one of the cups. The tea leaves from the pot must have settled on top of it when I poured, hiding it from view until Mr. Holmes finished his tea and discovered it. An entirely understandable sequence of events, Holmes said firmly. Mrs. Hudson, I want you to understand that no one, not Watson, not myself, and certainly not Mrs. Pemberton, holds you in any way responsible for what happened. You were performing your duties admirably, juggling multiple tasks as you do every day. That a small object ended up where it shouldn't have been is a matter of chance, not negligence. But Mrs. Hudson was not so easily consoled. "That's kind of you to say, Mr. Holmes, but I can't help feeling that I failed in my responsibility. Mrs. Pemberton trusted me with her home, with her possessions, and I repaid that trust by causing her distress. The poor dear was genuinely frightened that she was losing her faculties, and it was my actions, however unintentional, that made her feel that way." I saw genuine anguish in her face, and I was moved by her obvious sense of responsibility. Mrs. Hudson was, in her way, as dedicated to her duties as Holmes was to his detective work, and the thought that she had caused harm, even inadvertently, clearly pained her deeply. "Mrs. Hudson," I said gently, "I've spent enough time in medical practice to know that guilt and responsibility aren't always the same thing. Yes, your actions set events in motion, but without any malicious intent or even genuine carelessness. You made a reasonable decision about where to store a box, and you were distracted by multiple demands on your attention when the key went astray. These are human failings, if they can even be called failings at all. We cannot function if we hold ourselves accountable for every unintended consequence of our actions." She looked at me with gratitude, though I could see she was still troubled. "You're very understanding, Dr. Watson. Both of you are. But I think what troubles me most is realizing how easily small actions can have large consequences. Moving a box from one place to another, such a trivial thing, really, but it caused such distress to Mrs. Pemberton. It makes me wonder how many other small decisions I make every day might be causing problems I don't even know about. An occupational hazard for anyone who manages a household," Holmes observed. "You are constantly making decisions that affect others. Where to place things, when to clean, what to prepare for meals, how to allocate your time and attention. Each decision seems small in itself, but accumulated over days and weeks. They shape the environment in which we all live. It's an enormous responsibility, really, though one that is rarely acknowledged or appreciated." Mrs. Hudson smiled slightly at this. "Well, Mr. Holmes, I don't know about enormous responsibility. I'm just trying to keep a clean house and see that you gentlemen are properly fed and comfortable." "Which you do admirably," Holmes replied. "But my point stands. What happened this evening with Mrs. Pemberton's box is really a microcosm of a larger truth. We are all constantly affecting one another in ways we don't fully perceive or intend. Our actions ripple outward, intersecting with the lives and routines of others in ways we cannot predict or control." He rose and moved to the window, looking out at the fog-shrouded street below. "The solution, I think, is not to become paralyzed by fear of unintended consequences, but rather to remain aware that such consequences exist, and to practice clear communication whenever possible. You mentioned that you should have left Mrs. Pemberton a note about moving the box. That instinct was correct. A small act of communication could have prevented all the subsequent confusion. "I shall certainly do so in future," Mrs. Hudson said firmly. "In fact, I've already resolved to keep a small notebook wherein I'll record any changes I make to the household arrangements. That way, if anyone has questions about where something has gone, there will be a record to consult." "An excellent system," I approved, "rather like a ship's log, documenting the day-to-day operations of the household." "Speaking of Mrs. Pemberton," Holmes said, turning back from the window, "how was she when you last saw her? The recovery of her box seemed to provide considerable relief." "Oh, Mr. Holmes, you should have seen her face." Mrs. Hudson's expression brightened considerably as she recalled the scene. When I stopped by her room after leaving you gentlemen, she was sitting with the box in her lap, looking through the contents with such joy. She showed me her husband's watch chain, and letters he'd written to her during their courtship, and she told me stories about him that I'd never heard before. It was as if recovering the box had given her back a piece of herself that she'd feared was lost forever. The power of physical objects as repositories for memory, Holmes mused. It's a phenomenon I've observed many times in my work. A seemingly ordinary item, a watch, a letter, a lock of hair, becomes imbued with such significance that its loss feels like the loss of the memory itself. She asked me to thank you again, Mrs. Hudson continued, and she wants to know if there's anything she can do to repay your kindness. I told her that you'd helped because that's your nature, not because you expected payment, but she insisted I should ask. Her gratitude is payment enough, Holmes said dismissively. Though, if she truly wishes to do something, she might consider writing down some of her memories of Mr. Pemberton while they're fresh in her mind. Given her concerns about her memory, having a written record might provide comfort in the future. That's a lovely suggestion, Mr. Holmes. I'll mention it to her. Mrs. Hudson rose from the chair, her composure largely restored, though I could still see traces of concern in her features. Well, gentlemen, I've taken up enough of your evening with my worries. I just wanted you to understand what happened, and to thank you for handling the situation with such kindness. Not just toward me, but toward Mrs. Pemberton. It would have been easy to make her feel foolish for losing track of her belongings, but you treated her with respect and dignity. As she deserved, Holmes said simply. We are all, in our own ways, struggling with limitations, of memory, of perception, of understanding. The least we can do is treat one another with compassion when those limitations become apparent. After Mrs. Hudson had departed, taking the tea tray with her and leaving behind the plate of ginger biscuits, I found myself reflecting on her visit and on the entire strange sequence of events that had unfolded this evening. What had begun as a playful observation about stirring patterns had evolved into a small domestic drama, revealing unexpected depths of human complexity and vulnerability. Holmes, I said, breaking the renewed silence, I'm curious about something. When you first claimed that our teacups had been switched, did you already suspect there was some larger mystery afoot? Or were you genuinely just making an observation about our stirring habits? He smiled slightly, settling back into his chair with evident satisfaction. Honestly, Watson, I had no inkling of what we would discover. I noticed the stirring patterns. That much was genuine observation, and I found it amusing enough to mention. The discovery of the key was entirely unexpected. Though once found, it naturally commanded my attention. Sometimes, my dear fellow, even I am surprised by where a simple observation might lead. So we stumbled into this mystery entirely by accident? Is there any other way to stumble? Holmes replied with a hint of amusement. But yes, essentially. Though I would argue that the word accident suggests randomness, when in fact what we experienced was the convergence of multiple causal chains. Mrs. Hudson's cleaning schedule, Mrs. Pemberton's anxiety, her presence in the kitchen at the precise moment the tea was being prepared, our habit of taking tea at this particular hour. Remove any one of these elements, and the key never appears in our teacup. Add them all together, and the result becomes almost inevitable. A deterministic view of events, I observed. Perhaps, or perhaps simply an acknowledgement that what we call chance is often merely the intersection of patterns we haven't yet learned to recognize. He reached for one of the ginger biscuits, examining it with the same attention he might give to a crucial piece of evidence. In any case, Watson, I confess I found the entire episode rather satisfying. A puzzle presented itself, we solved it, and a measure of peace was restored to someone who had been suffering. Not all of our evenings conclude so pleasantly. With that observation, which I could hardly dispute, we fell into a comfortable silence. The fire crackled, the fog pressed against the windows, and somewhere in the building below I imagined Mrs. Pemberton sitting with her recovered treasures, her connection to the past restored, her fears, at least for the moment, laid to rest. The ginger biscuits proved excellent, as Mrs. Hudson's baking invariably did, and for perhaps half an hour Holmes and I sat in contemplative silence, each occupied with our own thoughts. I had taken up the evening paper again, though I confess I found myself reading the same paragraph about the situation in the Transvaal 3 times, without absorbing its meaning. My mind kept returning to the scene we had witnessed in Mrs. Pemberton's modest rooms, the elderly woman's trembling hands, her confusion and distress, and above all, the profound relief that had flooded her features when Holmes had placed that small mahogany box in her lap. There was something about the entire episode that had affected me more deeply than I might have expected. Perhaps it was my medical training that made me particularly sensitive to the vulnerabilities that accompany aging, or perhaps it was simply a recognition of how precarious our grasp on our own memories and identities can be. Mrs. Pemberton's fear that she was losing her faculties, that she could no longer trust her own mind. It was a terror I had seen in patients before, and it never failed to move me. Holmes, I noticed, had abandoned his botanical monograph entirely and was now engaged in what appeared to be a peculiar experiment. He had retrieved his cup, or rather, my cup, as we now understood the situation, and was examining the tea stains on its interior with a magnifying glass, occasionally making small sketches in a notebook that he kept for recording such observations. "Holmes," I said, setting aside my unread newspaper, "are you actually cataloguing the patterns made by clockwise versus counterclockwise stirring?" "Indeed I am, Watson. It occurs to me that this principle might have applications in my work. Consider, if one could reliably determine which direction a person habitually stirs their tea or coffee, one might be able to identify which cup at a table belonged to which individual, even in the absence of other evidence. It's a small thing, certainly, but small things often prove decisive in cases where larger clues are lacking." "You're building a taxonomy of stirring patterns," I said, unable to suppress a smile. "Holmes, I do believe that's one of the more eccentric projects I've seen you undertake, and that's saying something given your previous researches into tobacco ash and the variations in newspaper typefaces." "Mock if you will, my dear fellow," Holmes replied, without looking up from his examination. "But systematic knowledge in any field, however obscure, has the potential to prove useful. Besides, the occupation keeps my mind engaged, which is always preferable to the alternative." I knew what he meant by the alternative. Holmes's restless intellect required constant stimulation, and in the absence of engaging cases, he was prone to dark moods and dangerous habits. If cataloguing tea-stain patterns kept him productively occupied, I was certainly not going to discourage the pursuit, however peculiar it might appear. We were interrupted by another knock at the door, firmer this time, and immediately recognizable as Mrs. Hudson's businesslike rap. At Holmes's invitation, she entered, and I was pleased to see that her earlier distress seemed to have largely dissipated. Indeed, there was something almost conspiratorial in her expression. "Begging your pardon, gentlemen," she said, "but Mrs. Pemberton has asked if she might come up to thank you personally. I told her you were likely tired after your exertions on her behalf, but she was quite insistent. She's brought something for you, she says, though she wouldn't tell me what." Holmes and I exchanged glances. "By all means, show her up," Holmes said, setting aside his magnifying glass and notebook. "We're always happy to receive Mrs. Pemberton." A few moments later, our elderly neighbour appeared in the doorway, and I was struck immediately by the transformation in her appearance and demeanour. The vagueness and confusion I had observed earlier had been replaced by a clarity and purposefulness that suggested we were seeing her at her best. Perhaps as she had been in younger years, before the encroachments of age and memory loss had begun to cloud her faculties. She was dressed with particular care in a black silk gown that, while old-fashioned in its styling, was clearly of excellent quality. Her white hair had been arranged with meticulous attention, and she carried herself with a dignity that commanded respect. In her hands she held both the mahogany box and what appeared to be a leather-bound journal of some kind. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she said as she entered, her voice steady and clear. "I hope I'm not imposing by calling upon you at this hour. Mrs. Hudson tried to convince me to wait until tomorrow, but I felt I simply couldn't retire for the evening without properly expressing my gratitude for what you've done." "Mrs. Pemberton, please," I said, rising to offer her the most comfortable chair near the fire. "You're not imposing in the slightest. We're delighted to see you looking so much improved." She settled into the chair with a grace that belied her years, setting the box journal carefully on her lap. "Improved is precisely the word, Dr. Watson. I feel as though an enormous weight has been lifted from my shoulders. You cannot imagine, or perhaps you can, given your medical experience, what it's like to doubt one's own mind, to wonder if reality itself is slipping away from you." "I believe I can understand something of it," I said gently, "and I'm very glad we're able to help restore your peace of mind." "You've done far more than that," she said, and now her eyes, those pale blue eyes that had seemed so confused earlier, were bright with emotion. "You've given me back my faith in myself. You see, when I couldn't find the box, when I couldn't remember where I'd put it, I began to fear that my nephew was right, that I'm no longer capable of living independently, that I should give up these rooms and go to live with him in Cornwall, where I could be properly looked after." There was a note of bitterness in those last words that spoke volumes about her feelings on the subject. Holmes leaned forward with interest. "Your nephew has been pressuring you to leave London?" he asked. "Pressuring is perhaps too strong a word, Mr. Holmes. He's concerned for my welfare, and I don't doubt his intentions are good. But he's also eager to have me settled somewhere he can keep an eye on me, or rather, where his wife can keep an eye on me, for he's away on business more often than not. I love my nephew dearly, but the thought of leaving London, leaving the home I've made here, leaving what independence I still possess." She trailed off, shaking her head. "It would feel like a defeat," I suggested quietly. "Exactly so, Dr. Watson. A surrender to age and infirmity, an acknowledgement that my useful life is over and all that remains is to be warehoused until death. Dramatic language, perhaps, but that's how it feels to me. And when I couldn't find my box, when my memory seemed to be failing me so completely, I thought perhaps Gerald, my nephew, was right after all. Perhaps I was no longer capable of managing my own affairs. But now you know that your memory didn't fail you, Holmes observed. The box was exactly where you believed it should be, on your writing desk. It was external circumstances, not internal confusion, that caused it to be misplaced. Yes, Mrs. Pemberton said, and there was something like triumph in her voice. Yes, exactly. My mind didn't betray me. I was betrayed by a well-intentioned act that I couldn't have anticipated. That makes all the difference, Mr. Holmes. It's the difference between losing one's faculties and simply being the victim of ordinary household confusion. She paused, her fingers resting lightly on the mahogany box. Of course, I'm not foolish enough to deny that my memory has declined. There are days when I struggle to recall names, or when I lose track of time, or when I find myself uncertain about things I should know. But those lapses are not the same as complete mental incompetence, and your discovery of the box has helped me understand that distinction. I may be aging, gentlemen, but I'm not yet incapable. Nor are you likely to become so for many years, I should think, I said, moved by her quiet determination. The symptoms you describe are not uncommon in persons of advancing age, but they don't necessarily indicate a progressive deterioration. With proper attention to health and mental stimulation, many people maintain their faculties well into their 80s or beyond. That's very reassuring to hear from a medical man, Dr. Watson. Thank you. She straightened in her chair, and I could see her gathering herself for some announcement. But I haven't come merely to express gratitude or to bore you with my family difficulties. I've brought you something that I think may interest you, Mr. Holmes, given your evident fascination with the details of human behavior and habit. She lifted the leather-bound journal from her lap and held it out toward Holmes. This was my husband's journal, one of several he kept throughout his life. Henry was a methodical man, given to recording his daily observations and thoughts. He served for many years in the Indian Civil Service, and his journals are filled with details about the places he lived, the people he encountered, the cases he adjudicated. Some of it is quite dry, administrative matters and the like, but there are also passages of considerable insight into human nature. Holmes took the journal with evident interest, handling it carefully as he examined the worn leather binding and the gilt lettering on the spine. This is remarkably generous, Mrs. Pemberton, but surely these journals are precious to you. I wouldn't want to deprive you of them. I have 5 others, she assured him. And besides, this particular volume contains entries that I think might particularly interest you. You see, Henry had something of a detective's mind himself, not in the professional sense, of course, but he was deeply interested in how people thought and behaved, and in what motivated their actions. Several entries in this journal concern a rather interesting case he dealt with in Lahore, a dispute between merchants that turned out to involve considerably more complexity than initially appeared. That does sound intriguing, Holmes admitted, carefully opening the journal to reveal pages filled with neat, precise handwriting. But Mrs. Pemberton, this is clearly a family treasure. Are you certain you wish to lend it to me? Not lend, Mr. Holmes. Give. Consider it a small token of my gratitude. She smiled slightly. Besides, I confess there's a selfish motive underlying my generosity. If you find the journal interesting, perhaps you might visit me from time to time to discuss it. I have so few opportunities for intellectual conversation these days. Most people my age seem content to discuss nothing but their ailments and their grandchildren, but I hunger for more substantive discourse. I saw Holmes's expression soften in a way I rarely witnessed. Mrs. Pemberton, I would be honoured to accept this gift, and I assure you that I would welcome the opportunity to discuss it with you. In fact, I'm already curious about this merchant dispute in Lahore. Perhaps you could provide some context. Mrs. Pemberton's face brightened with obvious pleasure, and for the next quarter hour she regaled us with the story of her husband's investigation into what had initially appeared to be a simple case of commercial fraud, but had ultimately revealed a complex web of family relationships, cultural misunderstandings, and competing loyalties. She spoke with clarity and animation, her earlier confusion entirely absent, and I found myself thoroughly engaged by both the story and the manner of its telling. It was evident that she had been a beautiful and accomplished woman in her youth, and that much of that beauty and accomplishment remained despite the passage of years. Her education was apparent in her choice of words, her understanding of complex situations, and her ability to draw broader lessons from specific incidents. I could well understand why Holmes had warmed to her. She possessed that quality of mind he most valued, the ability to observe and analyze without allowing sentiment to cloud judgment. "Your husband sounds like a remarkable man," Holmes observed when she had finished her narrative. "I would very much like to read his account of the case. It seems to me that he understood something essential about human nature, that people's actions are rarely as simple as they first appear, and that understanding motivation requires understanding the entire context of a person's life and circumstances." He did understand that, Mrs. Pemberton agreed, and he tried to act with justice, tempered by compassion, which wasn't always easy in the rigid hierarchies of the colonial service. He believed, and I came to share his belief through our years together, that most people are not truly evil, but rather confused, frightened, or trapped by circumstances beyond their control. "A philosophy that does credit to you both," I said sincerely. Mrs. Pemberton rose from her chair, gathering her box to her chest. "Well, gentlemen, I've taken up quite enough of your evening. I should return to my rooms and let you get back to your own pursuits. But thank you again from the bottom of my heart for what you've done. You've given me back more than a box of keepsakes. You've given me back my confidence and my hope for the future." "It was our pleasure," Holmes assured her, rising as well. "And please, don't hesitate to call upon us if you need anything at all. Watson and I are right upstairs, and we're always glad to be of service to a neighbour." "And please do visit us again," I added. "I meant what I said about enjoying your company. It's not often we have the opportunity for such stimulating conversation." After Mrs. Hudson had escorted Mrs. Pemberton back downstairs, Holmes returned to his chair and immediately opened the journal, his fingers carefully turning the yellowed pages. I could see the evident interest in his face as he scanned the entries, occasionally pausing to read a passage more carefully. "This is quite extraordinary, Watson," he murmured after several minutes of absorbed reading. Mr. Pemberton had a genuinely analytical mind. "Look here, this entry from March 1867 details his observations about how different cultural groups in Lahore organized their market stalls, and he's drawn conclusions about social hierarchies and trade relationships based purely on spatial arrangements. It's exactly the kind of observational work that forms the foundation of my own methods. Perhaps you've found a kindred spirit, I suggested with a smile, even if he lived half a century ago and halfway around the world. Indeed. And it raises an interesting question, doesn't it? How many people possess these observational capabilities but never develop them because their circumstances don't call for it? Mr. Pemberton might have made an excellent detective had he been born in different circumstances, or had he chosen a different career path. Instead, he served the Empire in India and kept journals that no one but his wife would ever read, I observed. There's something poignant about that, all that careful observation and analysis recorded but never shared with a wider audience. Until now, Holmes said, his eyes still fixed on the pages, Mrs. Pemberton has given these observations a second life by sharing them with someone who can appreciate their value. It's a generous act, and one that benefits both giver and receiver. He fell silent again, absorbed in his reading, and I took the opportunity to reflect on the evening's events. What had begun with such domestic simplicity, a cup of tea, a quiet evening's reading, had evolved into something far richer and more complex. We had encountered mystery, solved it, and in the process had formed an unexpected connection with a neighbour we had scarcely known existed. Mrs. Pemberton's gratitude had been touching, certainly, but what struck me more forcefully was the glimpse we had been given into her interior life, her fears about aging and dependence, her determination to maintain her autonomy, her hunger for intellectual engagement. How many other lives were being lived in the building around us, I wondered, each with its own complexity, its own struggles and triumphs, its own quiet dignity. Holmes, I said, interrupting his reading, do you ever think about how many mysteries surround us that we never investigate? Not crimes, necessarily, but simply the complex realities of other people's lives. He looked up from the journal, considering the question. Constantly, Watson. Every person we pass on the street is a mystery unto themselves, a unique combination of experiences, motivations, fears, and desires. Most of these mysteries we never investigate because we lack both the time and the invitation to do so. But occasionally, as happened this evening, circumstances create an opening, and we're allowed a glimpse into another person's interior world. And you find that worthwhile? Even when there's no crime to solve, no justice to be served? I find it essential, Holmes replied with surprising firmness. My work focuses on criminal matters because that's where my particular skills are most needed and most valued. But the underlying purpose of all investigation, whether into crimes or simply into the nature of human experience, is to understand. And understanding, Watson, is always worthwhile. It's what makes us more than mere animals following instinct. It's what allows us to connect with one another across the barriers of age, class, culture, and circumstance. It was, I thought, one of the most revealing statements I had ever heard Holmes make about his deeper motivations and philosophy. For all his reputation as a cold, calculating machine of logic, he possessed a fundamentally humanistic drive, a genuine desire to understand the complexities of human existence. That's beautifully put, I said quietly. Don't get sentimental on me, Watson, Holmes replied, but there was warmth in his voice. I'm merely being practical. The better we understand people, the better we can predict their behavior, solve their problems, and navigate the social world we inhabit. Understanding is useful. And also compassionate, I insisted. You can dress it up in practical terms if you like, Holmes, but I saw how you treated Mrs. Pemberton this evening. That wasn't merely useful observation. That was kindness. Holmes returned his attention to the journal, but not before I caught the slight smile that played across his features. Perhaps, he conceded. Perhaps. The fire crackled. The clock struck 10. And somewhere in the building below, I imagined Mrs. Pemberton sitting with her recovered treasures, no longer alone in her struggles, but connected, however tenuously, to the wider world through our small intervention on her behalf. It had been, I reflected, an extraordinarily satisfying evening. The evening had deepened considerably by the time Mrs. Pemberton's footsteps had faded down the stairs, and I found myself in that peculiar state of pleasant weariness that follows an unexpectedly eventful day. The fire had burned down once more, casting a softer, more amber glow across our sitting room, and the fog outside had thickened to the point where the street lamps were barely visible, as dim halos in the murk. It was the kind of night that made one grateful for warm rooms and good company, for the sanctuary of familiar surroundings against the cold uncertainty of the world beyond. Holmes remained absorbed in Mr. Pemberton's journal, occasionally making small sounds of interest or approval as he encountered passages of particular note. I watched him read with that total concentration he brought to anything that engaged his formidable intellect, and I found myself thinking, not for the first time, how fortunate I was to have such a friend and companion. Our association had brought me many things: adventure, purpose, intellectual stimulation, and not least, a front-row seat to one of the most remarkable minds of our age. After perhaps 20 minutes of this companionable silence, Holmes suddenly looked up from the journal, his grey eyes bright with thought. "Watson," he said, "I've been thinking about something Mrs. Pemberton said, about how our discovery of the box had helped her distinguish between genuine memory failure and the ordinary confusions of daily life. It's an important distinction, and one that relates directly to the principles we discussed earlier this evening regarding habits and observation." I set aside the medical journal I had been attempting to read, an article on the latest theories regarding cerebral function that I had found rather heavy-going, and gave Holmes my full attention. "Go on." "Consider the nature of memory itself," Holmes continued, setting the journal aside and steepling his fingers beneath his chin in that characteristic gesture. "We tend to think of memory as a kind of perfect recording, a faithful reproduction of past events stored somewhere in the brain, available for retrieval when needed. But of course, that's not how memory actually works at all. Memory is reconstructive rather than reproductive. We don't retrieve perfect copies of the past, but rather rebuild our recollections from fragments, influenced by our current state of mind, our expectations, and countless other factors. That's certainly consistent with current neurological understanding," I agreed. "The brain is not a filing cabinet, but something far more dynamic and complex." "Precisely. Which means that what we call memory is actually a kind of creative act. We're constantly constructing and reconstructing our past based on incomplete information. And this process is deeply influenced by the patterns and habits we've established over time." Holmes rose from his chair and began to pace, a sure sign that he was working through a complex line of reasoning. I had learned to recognize these moments, Holmes thinking aloud, using me as a sounding board while he organized his thoughts into coherent form. "When Mrs. Pemberton couldn't find her box," he continued, She had a choice in how to interpret that failure. She could assume that her memory of where she'd placed it was faulty. That is, that her mental faculties were deteriorating and could no longer be trusted. Or she could assume that her memory was correct, but that external circumstances had intervened, that someone had moved the box without her knowledge. The first interpretation is terrifying because it suggests a loss of self, a betrayal by one's own mind. The second is merely frustrating, but doesn't threaten one's fundamental sense of identity and capability. And our investigation proved that the second interpretation was correct, I said, following his logic. The box was exactly where she remembered putting it, but it had been moved during Mrs. Hudson's cleaning. Exactly so. But here's what interests me, Watson. Mrs. Pemberton's habitual pattern, keeping the box on her writing desk, was correct and consistent. It was Mrs. Hudson's different habitual pattern, organizing similar objects together, that created the disruption. Two perfectly logical, perfectly consistent patterns of behavior came into conflict, and the result was confusion. Neither party was at fault, neither pattern was wrong, but their intersection created a situation that appeared inexplicable until we understood both patterns. He paused in his pacing, turning to face me directly. And this, my dear fellow, is why systematic observation of habits and patterns is so crucial to detective work, and indeed to understanding human behavior in general. Most of what people do, they do unconsciously, following established patterns that feel natural to them, but may be completely invisible to others. When conflicts or mysteries arise, they're often the result of different patterns intersecting in unexpected ways. I found myself nodding, seeing where his reasoning was leading. So the key to solving such mysteries is to identify and understand the relevant patterns. Exactly. Which brings me back to our teacups and the matter of stirring direction. Holmes returned to his chair and picked up his cup, now long cold, examining it once more. When I observed that our cups had been switched, I was identifying a pattern disruption. Something was not as it usually was. The stirring direction provided evidence for this disruption. But the more interesting question is, why do I stir counterclockwise while you stir clockwise? Is it random, or does it reflect something deeper about how we each approach the world? You're suggesting that even something as trivial as stirring tea might reveal aspects of our character or cognition? I asked, intrigued despite the seemingly absurd premise. I'm suggesting it's worth investigating, Holmes replied. Consider, you're right-handed, as am I. Yet, we stir in opposite directions. You're a medical man, trained in precise manual procedures. I'm a chemist and violinist, also dependent on fine motor control. Yet, our habitual patterns differ. Why? He leaned forward, warming to his subject. I would hypothesize, and it's only a hypothesis at this stage, that the direction of stirring might correlate with certain cognitive preferences. Perhaps those who stir clockwise are following the natural motion of reading and writing in English, left to right, with a slight circular component. Perhaps those who stir counterclockwise are more inclined towards spatial reasoning, or have different patterns of brain dominance. It's speculative, certainly, but no more so than my early observations about tobacco ash, which many dismissed as eccentric until they proved useful in solving cases. So you're proposing to build a comprehensive theory of human behavior based on tea-stirring patterns? I couldn't help but smile at the grandiosity of the concept. Not comprehensive, Watson, supplementary. Every small observation adds to our understanding. Taken individually, knowing how someone stirs their tea tells us very little. But combine that with dozens or hundreds of other small observations. How they tie their shoes, which hand they use to open doors, whether they read standing or sitting, how they arrange items on their desk. And patterns begin to emerge. And patterns, once identified, become predictive. Predictive of what exactly? Of future behavior, primarily. If I know someone's habitual patterns with sufficient precision, I can predict with reasonable accuracy how they'll act in various situations. This is invaluable in detective work, but it's also simply valuable for navigating social relationships. Understanding someone's patterns means understanding how they think, how they approach problems, what they value, what threatens them. Holmes paused, his expression becoming more serious. And here's where it connects back to Mrs. Pemberton's situation. Her nephew, with the best of intentions, has been pressuring her to give up her independence based on evidence of memory lapses. But those lapses may tell us very little about her actual capability. What matters more are her habitual patterns. Does she still maintain them consistently? Can she still perform the daily rituals of self-care and household management? If so, then the occasional memory lapse is a minor issue, not a sign of comprehensive decline. That's a remarkably compassionate analysis, I observed, and one that I think Mrs. Pemberton would appreciate hearing if you're ever inclined to share it with her. Perhaps I shall, Holmes said, but for now, I'm more interested in developing this theoretical framework. Watson, would you indulge me in a small experiment? I regarded him warily, having learned through experience that Holmes's small experiments could range from the harmless to the decidedly alarming. That depends entirely on what the experiment entails. Nothing dangerous, I assure you. I simply want to test my hypothesis about patterns and prediction. I'm going to describe a scenario, and I want you to tell me, as quickly as possible, without overthinking it, how you would respond. Ready? I suppose so, I said, still somewhat dubious. Excellent. Here's the scenario. You return home late one evening to find that Mrs. Hudson has rearranged all the furniture in your bedroom. Nothing is missing or damaged, simply relocated. What do you do? I thought for a moment. I'd probably move everything back to where it was originally. I'm particular about the arrangement of my space. Everything has its place. Interesting. And would you mention it to Mrs. Hudson? Yes, of course. I'd want to understand why she'd done it, and I'd politely ask her not to rearrange things without consulting me first. Holmes nodded, looking satisfied. Exactly as I predicted. Now, same scenario. But imagine it's your medical bag that's been unpacked and the contents rearranged. Different response? Considerably different, I admitted. I'd be quite concerned, perhaps even upset. The arrangement of my medical supplies follows a specific logic. Frequently used items in easy reach, medicines organized by type, instruments in a particular order. Disrupting that arrangement wouldn't just be inconvenient. It could potentially affect patient care. I'd definitely speak to Mrs. Hudson about it, and more firmly than in the furniture scenario. Because the medical bag represents professional competence, not just personal preference, Holmes observed. The pattern there isn't arbitrary but functional, developed through training and experience. Disrupting it feels like a threat to your professional identity, not just an annoyance. I suppose that's accurate, I said, somewhat surprised at how clearly Holmes had understood my likely reactions. "But Holmes, surely you didn't need an experiment to deduce how I'd respond to those scenarios. You know me well enough to predict my behavior in most situations." "True, but that's precisely my point. I can predict your behavior because I've observed your patterns over years of close association. I know you're orderly, but not rigid, that you value professional competence highly, that you prefer direct communication to passive acceptance. These patterns allow me to anticipate your responses with considerable accuracy." He stood and moved to the window, looking out at the fog-shrouded street. "Now, imagine being able to develop that same level of understanding about someone you've just met based on careful observation of their immediate habits and patterns. That's what systematic pattern recognition offers, a way to compress years of acquaintance into hours or even minutes of focused observation." "But surely there's a risk of error," I protested. "A single observation might be misleading. Someone might act out of character due to stress, illness, unusual circumstances." "Absolutely correct, which is why multiple observations are essential. No single data point should ever be considered definitive. But when multiple observations all point in the same direction, when various patterns all reinforce the same conclusions, the risk of error diminishes considerably." Holmes returned to his chair and picked up Mr. Pemberton's journal once more. "And that, Watson, is why I find this journal so fascinating. Mr. Pemberton was doing exactly this kind of systematic observation, though in a different context and for different purposes. Look at this entry from April 1867. He's describing a dispute between two merchants, and he notes that one of them always gestures with his left hand when making what he considers his strongest arguments, while the other touches his beard when uncertain. These are exactly the kind of behavioral patterns I'm talking about." He read aloud from the journal. "I have learned to watch not what men say, but how they hold themselves when saying it. The body doesn't lie with the same facility as the tongue, and often reveals truths the speaker wishes to conceal. In today's adjudication, I paid less attention to the arguments presented than to the manner of their presentation, and thereby perceived which party was genuinely aggrieved and which was merely opportunistic." "Remarkable," I said, genuinely impressed. "Your Mr. Pemberton had quite a sophisticated understanding of human behavior." "Indeed he did. And what's more, he systematically recorded his observations, creating a kind of reference work that could be consulted when dealing with future cases. That's exactly the approach I've taken with my own monographs on various subjects: tobacco ash, newspaper typefaces, varieties of perfume, and now, perhaps, patterns of habitual behavior." "You're seriously considering writing a monograph on tea-stirring patterns?" I asked, unable to keep the amusement from my voice. "Among other things, yes. Though I'd frame it more broadly as a study of unconscious habitual behaviors and their diagnostic value. Tea stirring would be merely one example among many." He set down the journal and regarded me with an expression that was difficult to read. Part amusement, part serious intent. "You think it's absurd, Watson. I can see it in your face. And perhaps it is, from a certain perspective. But consider. Every significant advance in scientific understanding has been built on careful observation of phenomena that others dismissed as trivial or unworthy of attention. Newton supposedly developed his theory of gravity from observing a falling apple, something people had witnessed countless times without recognizing its significance. I'm not dismissing it, I protested. I'm simply adjusting to the concept. It's characteristic of you, Holmes, to see potential significance where others see only mundane routine. And it's characteristic of you, my dear fellow, to remain skeptical while simultaneously being willing to consider new ideas. It's one of the things that makes you an excellent chronicler of my methods. You represent the intelligent layman's perspective, the voice of reasoned skepticism that ultimately acknowledges evidence when it's sufficiently compelling. There was genuine warmth in his voice as he said this, and I felt a flush of pleasure at the compliment, however obliquely delivered. Holmes wasn't generally given to expressing appreciation, and when he did so, it carried particular weight. "Well," I said, "I suppose I should be grateful that this evening's adventure has inspired you to new theoretical heights, rather than leaving you to complain about the absence of interesting cases. Though I do wonder what Mrs. Hudson would think if she knew her tea service had become the foundation for a new monograph." "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said with a slight smile, "has long since ceased to be surprised by anything I do. She's remarkably tolerant of my eccentricities, considering how many of them she's been subjected to over the years." "That's certainly true, though I suspect she'd be pleased to know that her careful attention to our tea service inadvertently contributed to your investigative methods." "Perhaps I should mention it to her," Holmes mused, "though on second thought she might then become self-conscious about her habits, which would defeat the entire purpose. The value of these observations lies precisely in their unconscious nature. Once people become aware of their patterns, they often alter them, either deliberately or simply through the act of paying attention to them. The observer effect, I said, recalling a principle from my scientific training. The act of observation itself changes what's being observed. Exactly. Which is why the best observations are made unobtrusively when the subject is unaware of being studied. He paused, then added with a touch of self-deprecating humour, which makes me rather like a naturalist studying animals in their habitat, watching, cataloguing, drawing conclusions, but trying not to disturb the natural behaviour I'm attempting to understand. A flattering comparison, I'm sure, I said dryly. I can just imagine your clients' reactions if they knew you viewed them as specimens to be studied. But that's precisely what they are, Watson, though I hope I approach them with more compassion than that clinical description might suggest. Every person who comes to me with a problem is, in effect, presenting me with a puzzle about human behaviour. Why did someone act as they did? What motivated them? What patterns of thought and action led to the current situation? Understanding the person is inseparable from solving the problem. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed 11, its soft tones seeming unusually loud in the quietness of the room. Outside, I could hear the distant sound of a policeman's whistle, and closer by, the careful footsteps of Mrs. Hudson making her final rounds before retiring for the night. It's getting late, I observed, though I confess I'm not particularly tired, despite the hour. This evening has been rather stimulating. Intellectually stimulating, certainly, Holmes agreed, though I suspect we both need rest if we're to be fresh tomorrow. I have a client coming at 10, a matter involving some disputed signatures on a will, and you mentioned you had several house calls to make. Yes, I should check on the Morrison family again, and old Mr. Weatherby in Marylebone has been asking for me. His gout has been troubling him. I rose and stretched, feeling the pleasant ache of muscles that had been still too long. But Holmes, before we retire, I wanted to say that I found this evening remarkably, well, satisfying is perhaps the word. We solved a small mystery, helped a neighbour in distress, and I feel I've gained some new understanding of your methods. It's been educational in the best sense of the word. Holmes looked at me with an expression of quiet pleasure. I'm glad to hear it, Watson, and I must say, your questions and observations have helped me clarify my own thinking on several points. It's one of the great benefits of having a colleague willing to engage seriously with one's ideas, even when they seem eccentric or impractical. Well then, I said, moving toward my bedroom door, I suppose we've both benefited from what began as a simple cup of tea. Good night, Holmes, and thank you for the demonstration, the explanation, and the company. Good night, Watson. Sleep well. As I prepared for bed, going through the familiar rituals of washing and changing into my nightclothes, I found my mind still actively engaged with the evening's conversations. Holmes's ideas about patterns and observation, Mrs. Pemberton's quiet dignity and determination, the whole unexpected journey from switched teacups to recovered keepsakes. It all felt like a perfect encapsulation of what made my life with Holmes so endlessly fascinating. The world, I reflected, as I finally settled under the covers, was full of mysteries, both large and small, and the greatest gift was having the eyes to see them, and the mind to appreciate their significance. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges and discoveries, but tonight had been complete unto itself. A small, perfect adventure in observation, deduction, and human connection. Through the wall, I could hear Holmes still moving about in the sitting room, no doubt making final notes in that ever-present notebook of his, cataloguing the evening's observations for future reference. The sound was oddly comforting, a reminder that I was not alone, but part of a partnership that enriched both our lives. With that thought, I drifted into a peaceful sleep, my last conscious awareness being gratitude for this strange, wonderful life I had found at 221B Baker Street. As I sit here now in my study, some weeks removed from that extraordinary December evening, the firelight, once again casting familiar shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to reflect more deeply on what transpired and what it revealed, not merely about the specific mystery of the teacup and the missing box, but about the larger patterns of human existence that Holmes so brilliantly illuminated through his observations and methods. It is a peculiarity of memory, I have come to understand, that certain evenings stand out with particular clarity from the general flow of our days. They become touchstones, moments to which we return in our thoughts, not necessarily because of their dramatic content. For as mysteries go, the case of Mrs. Pemberton's keepsake box was modest indeed. But because they crystallized something essential about our understanding of the world and our place within it. That December evening has become such a touchstone for me, and I have found myself returning to it repeatedly in the weeks since, each time discovering new layers of meaning that I had failed to perceive in the moment itself. This is perhaps the true value of reflection. It allows us to see patterns that were invisible during the experience itself, to draw connections that only become apparent with the benefit of distance and contemplation. The morning after our adventure with Mrs. Pemberton's box, I rose somewhat later than usual, having slept more soundly than I had in weeks. There is something about the satisfaction of a puzzle well solved, even a small one, that brings a particular quality of rest. When I emerged from my bedroom, I found Holmes already up and dressed, seated at the breakfast table with Mr. Pemberton's journal open before him, so absorbed in its contents that he barely acknowledged my greeting beyond a distracted nod. Mrs. Hudson brought up breakfast, her excellent kippers and toast, with strong tea that I took care to stir clockwise, smiling to myself at the consciousness of the action. And as we ate, Holmes periodically read passages aloud from the journal, commenting on Mr. Pemberton's insights with evident admiration. "Listen to this, Watson," he said at one point, his finger marking a place on the page. "The difficulty in adjudicating disputes between persons of different cultures is not merely one of translation, but of fundamental assumptions about the world. What one party considers an obvious truth may be, to the other, a bizarre misconception. The wise magistrate must learn to hold his own assumptions lightly, to see the world temporarily through eyes trained to perceive different patterns of meaning and significance. Remarkable, isn't it? Mr. Pemberton understood something essential about the nature of perception and interpretation." "He sounds like he would have appreciated your methods," I observed, spreading marmalade on my toast. "That business about patterns of meaning, it's very much aligned with what you were saying last night about habitual behaviors and observation." "Exactly so. And it reinforces a principle I've long believed but rarely articulated, that the work of detection is fundamentally an exercise in translation. We observe behaviors, physical evidence, patterns of action, and we must translate these observations into an understanding of human motivation and intent. It's not so different from what Mr. Pemberton was doing in India, bridging cultural divides, interpreting one pattern of meaning in terms of another." I considered this as I ate, finding the comparison illuminating. "So when you observe that someone stirs their tea in a particular direction or arranges their desk in a specific way, you're reading those actions as a kind of language?" "Precisely. A language most people speak unconsciously, without being aware that they're communicating anything at all. But once you learn to read this language of unconscious behavior, it becomes extraordinarily revealing." Our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Holmes's 10 o'clock client, a worried-looking solicitor with the disputed will he had mentioned the previous evening, and I left him to his consultation while I made my rounds to check on my patients. The Morrison family's youngest daughter was indeed much improved, as I had hoped, and old Mr. Weatherby's gout was responding well to the treatment I had prescribed. These small medical successes, like Holmes's detective work, represented the satisfaction of understanding and ameliorating human suffering. And I returned to Baker Street that afternoon, feeling that sense of purpose and usefulness that makes a professional life meaningful. Over the following days and weeks, a pattern developed that I had not anticipated, but came to value greatly. Mrs. Pemberton became a regular visitor to our rooms, calling upon us 2 or 3 times a week, always with some pretext. Returning a book she had borrowed from Holmes, bringing a small gift of baked goods she had prepared, asking advice on some minor household matter. But the real purpose of her visits, as we all tacitly understood, was conversation. She and Holmes would discuss Mr. Pemberton's journals at length, with Holmes asking detailed questions about the cultural context of various incidents, and Mrs. Pemberton providing insights drawn from her years in India alongside her husband. I would often join these conversations when my schedule permitted, and I found them invariably stimulating. Mrs. Pemberton possessed a keen analytical mind and a wealth of experience, and the confusion and vagueness I had witnessed that first evening seemed to have largely receded, appearing only occasionally, and briefly. "Do you notice," Holmes remarked to me one evening after Mrs. Pemberton had departed, "how much sharper her faculties are when she's intellectually engaged? The memory lapses she experiences seem to be exacerbated by isolation and lack of mental stimulation, rather than being symptoms of irreversible decline." I had noticed that, I confirmed. In medical terms, we might say that her cognitive function is preserved when challenged appropriately, suggesting that her difficulties are more functional than organic. The brain, like any other organ, atrophies without use. Which makes her nephew's solution, removing her from London to a quiet life in Cornwall with nothing to occupy her mind, precisely the wrong approach. It would almost certainly accelerate any genuine decline. "Have you mentioned this to her?" I asked. "I have, though carefully. I didn't want to interfere in family matters or create conflict where my intervention wasn't requested. But I did suggest that maintaining intellectual engagement and social connections would likely benefit her more than a retreat into quiet retirement. She seemed relieved to hear it. I suspect she had reached the same conclusion herself, but had been doubting her own judgment. This conversation, like so many others with Holmes, revealed the compassionate core beneath his often austere exterior. He had not only solved Mrs. Pemberton's immediate problem, but had continued to concern himself with her broader well-being, offering support and intellectual companionship that clearly enriched her life. It was characteristic of him, I thought. He often protested that he was motivated purely by intellectual interest, by the satisfaction of solving puzzles, but his actions repeatedly demonstrated a deeper humanitarian concern. One particularly memorable afternoon in January, Mrs. Pemberton arrived with news that brought her obvious satisfaction. She had written to her nephew, explaining that she had decided to remain in London for the foreseeable future, that she had established new social connections and intellectual pursuits that were important to her well-being, and that while she appreciated his concern, she was quite capable of managing her own affairs. The letter had been carefully worded to avoid giving offence while firmly establishing her position, and Holmes had helped her refine the phrasing. Gerald was not pleased, she reported, settling into what had become her chair near the fire. But he has accepted my decision. I think he was somewhat taken aback by the confidence with which I stated my case. He's accustomed to thinking of me as a rather vague, elderly relation who needs looking after, not as someone capable of making reasoned decisions about her own life. Families often struggle to update their perceptions, Holmes observed. They form an impression of someone at a particular moment, perhaps during a period of genuine difficulty or confusion, and then fail to recognize when circumstances change or when the person demonstrates capabilities they hadn't previously displayed. That's very true, Mr. Holmes, and I must say, your assistance in this matter has been invaluable. Not just in finding the box, though that was certainly important, but in helping me understand that my occasional memory lapses don't define my entire capability. You've given me the confidence to trust myself again. After she had left that day, I found myself reflecting on the profound impact that small acts of kindness and understanding can have on another person's life. We had done nothing extraordinary, merely located a misplaced box and offered companionship to a lonely neighbour. Yet, the effects had been transformative for Mrs. Pemberton. It reminded me once again that significance is not always measured in grand gestures or dramatic interventions, but often in simple acts of human connection and recognition. Holmes, characteristically, had used the experience as an opportunity to develop his theories about habitual behavior and pattern recognition. The promised monograph on unconscious patterns had indeed materialized, and I had been privileged to read an early draft. It was typical Holmes, meticulous, comprehensive, occasionally brilliant, and thoroughly unconventional in its approach. Whether it would ever be published or would join the growing collection of unpublished manuscripts in his files remained to be seen, but the intellectual exercise of creating it had clearly given him satisfaction. As winter gave way to early spring and the bitter cold of December became a memory, I found that the lessons of that evening continued to inform my understanding of both Holmes's methods and human nature more generally. I began to pay more attention to the small, unconscious behaviors of my patients. How they held themselves, what nervous gestures they employed, how they arranged their personal spaces. These observations, I found, often provided insights into their psychological states that supplemented the purely physical diagnoses I could make through conventional medical examination. One morning in late March, I was recording some of these observations in my medical journal when Holmes looked up from his chemical experiment, something involving the analysis of soil samples, if I recall correctly, and remarked, "You're becoming quite the systematic observer, Watson. I notice you've taken to recording behavioral notes about your patients alongside their medical symptoms." I was surprised he had noticed, though I shouldn't have been. "I suppose I have," I admitted. "I find that understanding a patient's habitual patterns and psychological state often helps me treat them more effectively. A nervous disposition might exacerbate certain conditions, or depression might interfere with recovery. The whole person matters, not just the diseased organ." Exactly the kind of holistic thinking that Mr. Pemberton advocated in his journals, Holmes observed approvingly. "You're synthesizing medical knowledge with psychological insight, creating a more comprehensive understanding of human health. It's good work, Watson. Your patients are fortunate to have a physician who sees them as complete human beings, rather than merely collections of symptoms." The compliment, coming from Holmes, meant more to me than I could easily express. Our partnership had always been characterized by his brilliance and my chronicling of it. But increasingly, I felt that we were genuine collaborators, each bringing different perspectives and skills to our shared work of understanding the world and helping those who needed assistance. As spring progressed into summer, Mrs. Pemberton continued her regular visits, and the friendship that had begun with a misplaced box deepened into genuine mutual regard. She introduced us to several of her friends, other elderly widows living in the neighborhood, women of intelligence and experience who had been largely forgotten by a society that valued youth over wisdom. Holmes, to my initial surprise but eventual understanding, engaged with these women with genuine interest and respect, drawing out their stories and observations, treating them as valuable sources of knowledge about human nature and social dynamics. "People dismiss the elderly at their own loss," he remarked to me one evening after a particularly engaging tea party that Mrs. Pemberton had organized. "These women have lived through enormous social changes, observed countless human dramas, developed sophisticated understandings of human motivation and behavior. They're repositories of wisdom that our youth-obsessed culture foolishly ignores. You've become quite the advocate for elderly ladies, I teased gently. I've become an advocate for taking seriously anyone who has taken the trouble to observe life carefully and think about what they've observed, Holmes corrected. Age, gender, social class. These are irrelevant compared to the quality of observation and thought. Mrs. Pemberton and her friends possess both in abundance. Looking back now on the entire sequence of events that began with that switch teacup, I am struck by how a single evening's domestic mystery opened doors to new understanding and new connections that have enriched our lives in unexpected ways. What might have been merely a curious incident, a key in a teacup, a missing box, became instead an opportunity for growth, learning, and the formation of meaningful relationships. I think often of Mrs. Pemberton's initial fear that she was losing her faculties, that she could no longer trust her own mind. How easily that fear might have led to a cascade of consequences. Loss of confidence, social isolation, premature surrender of independence, perhaps even the acceleration of genuine cognitive decline. Instead, through the fortunate intersection of her distress with our investigation, she was able to understand that her memory had not betrayed her, that external circumstances rather than internal failure had caused the confusion she experienced. This realization allowed her to reclaim her confidence and agency, to resist well-meaning but misguided pressure from family, to establish new patterns of intellectual and social engagement that clearly benefited her well-being. And all because Holmes noticed that our teacups had been switched, because he paid attention to the small details that most people would never notice or consider significant. There is a lesson in this, I believe, about the importance of precise observation and careful interpretation. How many other Mrs. Pembertons are there in the world, I wonder, who are being written off as incompetent or declining when in fact they are merely the victims of misunderstanding or circumstances beyond their control? How much human potential is wasted because we fail to distinguish between genuine incapacity and temporary confusion, between irreversible decline and situational difficulty. Holmes's methods, I have come to understand, are not merely techniques for solving crimes or locating missing objects. They represent a way of engaging with the world that honors the complexity of human experience, that resists easy categorization and dismissive judgment, that insists on careful observation and interpretation before drawing conclusions. In an age that increasingly values speed and efficiency over thoughtfulness and precision, these methods serve as a valuable corrective. The summer is drawing to a close now as I write these words, and autumn is beginning to make itself felt in the cooling evenings and the earlier darkness. Mrs. Pemberton continues to thrive. Her memory lapses no worse than they were, and perhaps slightly improved through the mental stimulation of regular conversation and intellectual engagement. She has taken Holmes's suggestion and begun writing down her memories of life in India with her husband, creating a record that will preserve those experiences and the wisdom they contain. Holmes has completed his monograph on unconscious behavioral patterns, though he remains uncertain whether to publish it or to keep it as a private reference work. I have encouraged publication, believing that others could benefit from his insights, but he argues that the value lies partly in the patterns being unconscious, and that widespread knowledge of them might alter the very behaviors he seeks to observe. It is a characteristically subtle point, and one I have not yet found a compelling argument against. As for myself, I find that I approach my work and my relationships with renewed attention to the small details the unconscious patterns, the habitual behaviors that reveal so much about the people around me. I am a better physician for this attention, I believe, and perhaps a better friend as well. Holmes has taught me, through this small domestic mystery as much as through our more dramatic cases, that nothing is truly trivial if we bring sufficient attention and thought to it, that the ordinary contains extraordinary insights for those who possess the eyes to see them. The teacup sits before me now as I write, one of Mrs. Hudson's blue-patterned cups, and I notice, because I cannot help but notice any more, the faint spiral pattern left by the tea I have just finished, the distinctive signature of clockwise, stirring. It makes me smile, this small evidence of unconscious habit, this reminder of an evening when something as simple as noticing how tea is stirred opened a door to deeper understanding and unexpected friendship. There is comfort, I find, in the patterns and rituals that structure our daily lives. The morning tea, the evening fire, the companionable silence shared with a trusted friend. These patterns are not limitations, but foundations, providing the stable ground from which we can safely explore the unexpected, the novel, the mysterious. They are the bass notes beneath the melody of experience, constant and reassuring, even as the tune above them varies endlessly. As I prepare to close this journal entry and retire for the evening, I find myself grateful for the lesson of that December night, that mysteries exist, not only in the exotic and dramatic, but in the familiar and domestic, that wisdom can be found in teacups as readily as in ancient manuscripts, that the careful observation of small things can lead to large understandings, and above all, that human connection and kindness matter more than any intellectual achievement, however brilliant. The fire is burning low, and through my window I can see the first stars appearing in the darkening sky. Somewhere in the building below, Mrs. Pemberton is no doubt settling in for her own evening, secure in her independence, and surrounded by her recovered treasures. Mrs. Hudson is making her final rounds, following those reliable patterns that keep our household running smoothly. And in the next room, I can hear Holmes putting away his various experiments and apparatus, preparing for rest after another day of observation and deduction. All is as it should be, patterns intact, mysteries solved, friendships maintained. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and discoveries, but tonight I am content with the knowledge that we are connected to one another through countless small threads of habit, attention, and care, that we observe and are observed, that we affect and are affected by one another in ways both conscious and unconscious, and that this web of connection, properly understood and honoured, is what makes life meaningful and rich. I close this journal with a sense of completion, feeling that I have captured something essential about that extraordinary evening and its aftermath. Future readers, if such there be, may judge for themselves whether the case of the teacup riddle deserves its place in the annals of Sherlock Holmes's investigations. For myself, I can only say that it taught me lessons I value as much as any derived from our more celebrated adventures, and introduced me to friends whose companionship I treasure as much as any I have known. The lamp flickers slightly as a draught stirs through the room, casting dancing shadows across these final words. I am reminded of how Holmes often speaks of the interplay of light and shadow, how both are necessary to perceive depth and detail, how mysteries exist in the spaces between certainty and confusion. Perhaps that is the ultimate lesson of this case, that life exists in those spaces, rich and complex and endlessly fascinating, waiting for those with the patience and attention to observe it carefully. And with that thought, I set down my pen, extinguish the lamp, and prepare for sleep, grateful for this strange, wonderful existence I have found at 221B Baker Street, where teacups reveal mysteries, and mysteries reveal truths about the human heart. The end of a long day, the close of a journal entry, but not, I trust, the end of the story. That continues, unfolding day by day, pattern by pattern, observation by observation, as we learn to see the world with ever greater clarity and compassion. Good night, dear reader. May you find, in your own daily rituals and domestic mysteries, the same wonder and wisdom that we have been fortunate enough to discover in ours.